responsibly. It's frustrating, and rather than coming to the table to work together, they prefer to grandstand to try to score some political points. We are better than this, Mr. Speaker. I urge my Democrat colleagues to come to the table, return to regular order, and let's get our fiscal house back in order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it was just announced this week that health insurance costs in Rhode Island are going to go up by as much as 22% next year, costing working people thousands of dollars more per year to pay for their health insurance. This is money that people don't have. Most people in my state, most people in this country are just barely getting by. They can't afford to pay thousands of dollars more for their health insurance. And it's not just in Rhode Island that it's happening. It's all across the country. State after state is announcing next year's insurance rates with double-digit increases. We know why this is happening. It is happening because Republicans in the Trump administration just cut $1 trillion from Medicaid, and now they are also trying to let the Affordable Care Act tax premiums expire. And when you do that, when you take trillions of dollars out of the healthcare system, you are not just taking away health insurance coverage from millions of Americans, you are also taking revenue away from hospitals and community health centers and doctors' practices. And the only way that those healthcare providers can stay in business is to raise prices on everybody else. And that is exactly what is happening. We told our Republican colleagues that this is what would happen when they passed that $1 trillion cut to Medicaid. We told them that health insurance costs were going to go up for everybody else in the country. But they didn't want to hear it. They were so desperate to give away tax cuts to the rich, and now those of you watching at home are going to be paying the bill in the form of higher health care costs. But it is not too late. We can still restore funding for health care so that all of you at home aren't hit by double-digit cost increases on your insurance. Congress is about to pass a budget for next year, and we can pass a budget that restores funding for health care, that extends the Affordable Care Act tax premiums, that restores funding for Medicaid so that working people aren't stuck with higher costs for their health insurance. Not only can we do this, we must. I want to vote for a bipartisan budget that funds the government and protects health care for the American people. But if, as has been advertised, the Republican majority tries to rush a vote on a budget that does not fix the health care crisis that they created, then I will be a no. And all of you, my colleagues, should be as well. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. If they refuse to pass a budget that protects health care, they own the consequences. If they choose to shut the government down instead of fixing the health care crisis that they created, the American people will not forgive them. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 41st time to call on the Trump administration to restore life-saving food aid for American children, for children starving around the world. Adhesia Nutrition in my district is about to send 15,000 boxes of this life-saving food aid to children who are starving in Gaza. Now, in the past, this would have been done with support from America, from the U.S. taxpayers, and the boxes shipped to Gaza would have said, from the American people. But because the Trump administration has cut off life-saving food aid for children, instead, this shipment is being funded by the Israelis and nonprofit organizations working with Adhesia Nutrition. This is a missed opportunity for America to be building goodwill in a very unstable part of the world. One of many missed opportunities, because when we act to save the lives of starving children around the world, we are not just doing the right thing morally, we are helping make America stronger by building goodwill around the world. The Trump administration has promised repeatedly that they are going to restore this program, but promises do not save the lives of starving kids. Only nutrition can do that. And so I will continue to speak on this floor every day until the Trump administration honors its word and restores this program. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 257 consecutive days that this Congress has failed to take meaningful action to address the cost of living crisis weighing heavily on struggling American families. Regrettably, the President and Republican leadership have made life more difficult and less affordable for hardworking families across our nation through chaotic trade policies and devastating cuts to health care and food programs. The pending expiration of health insurance subsidies at the close of this year in particular threatens to impose a severe and unwarranted tax hike on the middle class. Allowing these subsidies to lapse will cause out-of-pocket premiums for enrolled Americans to soar by an astounding 93%. This drastic reduction in subsidies will also compel many healthy individuals to forego insurance altogether, leaving a sicker population behind and forcing insurers to raise premiums across the board. As a result, even families who do not receive these subsidies will see their premiums increase by 18%. This single policy shift would strip health coverage from over 5 million Americans, adding to the 10 million projected to lose insurance due to President Trump's Medicaid cuts. Those fortunate enough to retain their insurance will face a staggering cost increase. A family of four earning just $90,000 annually could see their premiums escalate by as much as 69%. That's an increase of over $3,000 per year, and that is crushing for a working family. The expiration of these subsidies will also inflict substantial harm on entrepreneurs and small business owners. These are people who comprise roughly 30% of the marketplace enrollees. I am deeply concerned about the chilling effect this premium hike will have on business creation and job growth, both of which are already under significant strain in Trump's economy. Democrats stand ready to work collaboratively with our Republican colleagues to fund the government in a bipartisan spirit. We are eager to negotiate in good faith on a responsible budget that delivers for all Americans. Extending these vital tax subsidies is but one of many critical items on the table. Let me be unequivocal on one other issue. No budget proposal that permits additional rescissions is worthy of any serious consideration. Any long-term budget should be shielded against further rescissions, because we've already seen this administration's willingness to rescind funds approved in a bipartisan fashion by Congress, canceling support for foreign aid and public broadcasting programs that enjoy broad bipartisan backing. The administration has also announced plans to exploit a little-known mechanism known as a pocket rescission to unilaterally cancel even more foreign aid. And of deep concern to myself and Marylanders, President Trump has threatened to rescind funding that is vital to the reconstruction of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, a project critical not only to our local economy, but to the nation as a whole. I urge my colleagues to insist that any budget we pass categorically reject any further illegal impoundments. The power of the purse rests solely with Congress. If the president seeks to cut funding, he must do so through proper channels, by coming to Congress and requesting a lawful change. Let's be sure to remember that in the days ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the dangerous actions of the Health and Human Services Secretary in regard to vaccines. Vaccines play a critical role in protecting our entire population in the United States. They are the most powerful tool we have against serious infectious diseases. They help our immune system learn how to fight against viruses and prevent disease from spreading to our neighbors, communities, and loved ones. A 2024 CDC study showed that routine vaccines have prevented over 508 million cases of illness in children. The impact is immeasurable. That's hundreds of millions of children who were saved from having to suffer through a miserable illness. On top of that, their families, friends, neighbors, classmates, and loved ones are all able to stay guarded from these viruses and diseases. And it's really all thanks to modern medicine, science, research, and the proven success of vaccines. The United States military administers 17 vaccines to military personnel on the basis of occupation, the location of their deployment, and mission requirements. Once common diseases like polio, tetanus, and hepatitis B are now almost unheard of thanks to routine vaccinations. Vaccines have become so effective that people have forgotten the serious threat that they guard against in our communities. And now they are trying to politicize one of the most revolutionary developments of modern medicine. Health and Human Service Secretary Kennedy has been on a mission to spread misinformation and fearmonger to scare parents away from getting their kids life-saving vaccines. And not only that, he's attacking the research and medical institutions that advance our health systems. He's canceled nearly $500 million in contracts to develop vaccines. This blatant disregard for the health of our communities is reckless and puts all of us in danger. As Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness at the Pentagon, I oversaw public health efforts at the Pentagon during the COVID-19 pandemic, which included acquiring and distributing vaccines to military personnel. In order to maintain the strength of our military, we need people equipped for whatever the world throws at them, and that includes diseases. Operation Warp Speed was a success. Over 95% of active duty personnel were vaccinated, and while no vaccine is perfect, only 3 individuals who took the vaccine while on active duty died from the COVID-19 complications. Operation Warp Speed was so much of a success that Secretary Esper included a binder labeled Operation Warp Speed in his official portrait. It's just too bad that no one can no longer see it hanging in the Pentagon. I do find it ironic that the president who spoke out against the distribution of the vaccines for so long is now trying to embrace its success. Our society has become healthier and more productive because of vaccines. Vaccines have become a global investment in a strong public health system. In our modern times, we no longer need to worry about sending our kids to school, going to large sporting events or concerts, or even traveling, all because of the major reduction in the spread of disease. Vaccines are to thank for that. And there are several consequences to rejecting vaccines and the science behind them. Mr. Kennedy's recent comments attacking vaccines is destroying decades of work and community trust that has fostered safer and healthier communities, trust that is based on good science. It's careless and dangerous, but he continues to follow in the footsteps of the president and create false narratives to spread fear and distrust. This anti-vaccine mission he is on is going to prevent families and children from getting the proper health care that they need. It is going to significantly limit the resources that families have to keep themselves healthy and protect them against infectious disease. It should not be a political issue. This is about the health of our people, the health of our nation. Every American should be alarmed about the detrimental impact that this will have on our communities across the nation and globe, which is why I am fully committed to keeping our country safe and healthy, lowering the cost of health care, and making medical resources more accessible. All Americans deserve access to quality health care, including critical preventive care like vaccines. Secretary Kennedy, you are being lauded for your campaign to remove dyes from food. And I think that is admirable, but removing dyes from drinks and foods won't protect kids from the threat of measles, chickenpox, polio, or other diseases. Vaccines are safe, they're effective, and our best defense against life-threatening diseases. I urge all Americans to trust our scientists, our doctors, and decades of research. Get vaccinated to protect yourself, your families, and our communities. We have the power to maintain a healthy society and prevent deadly infectious disease. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Father of lights, from whom comes every perfect gift, and in whom there is no shadow, open our hearts this day to receive your wisdom. As we commemorate the founding of our nation's Constitution, illumine our understanding of your divine will, and rekindle within us gratitude for the guidance you offered our nation's founders in the establishment of American democracy more than 2 centuries ago. For even in the early and precarious years of our country's beginnings, when social anxiety and political turmoil threatened the future of this fledgling nation, Lord, in your mercy, you built the house that is our United States, so that the framers of our Constitution would not have fought for or built this government in vain. As you granted our founders a vision of a more perfect union, grant to our leaders and all American citizens today the will to preserve national unity, to defend freedom, and to uphold the common good. As you revealed the principles of liberty and justice to the first lawmakers, reveal to us anew how when we ground our faith and live our lives in you, the enjoyment of those rights naturally follows. Eternal God, we thank you for our noble past. We pray for integrity in the pursuit of peace in our present, and we look with hope toward a future worthy of your blessing. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my report.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Reserving the right to object, the gentleman is recognized.
Reserving the right to object, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm reserving the right to object. Does the Speaker know when the Speaker of the House will be addressing members? Security in an adequate fashion?
The gentleman is not asking a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Understood, Mr. Speaker. Does, continuing my reserving the right to object, does the Speaker know what the plan is to keep members secure due to all the security threats and the assassination attempts and assassinations we've seen around the country?
This is still not a proper parliamentary inquiry and is not a question that can be answered by the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my reservation of objection.
The reservation is withdrawn. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
The state legislature may have forced through their partisan map, but in Missouri, the final word belongs to the people. Our Constitution gives Missourians the right to check the politicians through the petition process. No one asked for this map. Communities didn't demand it. Voters didn't vote for it. It was written to serve the administration, not Missouri. But when politicians get it wrong, citizens have the chance to make it right. That's why the petition process is so important. It's a chance for Missourians across the state, urban, rural, north, south, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, to come together and say our voices matter, our votes matter, and we will decide what representation looks like. This is bigger than party politics. It's about who holds the power in our democracy. And I believe the power is in the people of Missouri more specifically in the pen and signatures in the people of Missouri as we petition to save our democracy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Object.
The gentleman is recognized on his reservation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm reserving the right to object because members of the House, we are open to all sorts of threats, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just curious, do you know when the Speaker of the House will be putting forward a plan to keep members safe?
The chair has already responded that this is not a proper parliamentary inquiry, and the chair cannot advise further.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my reservation of objection.
The reservation is withdrawn. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate the 238th birthday of the U.S. Constitution, and we reflect on the document that enshrines the freedoms that we hold dear. At the heart of those freedoms is the First Amendment, the right to free speech. It protects popular speech and speech that challenges, provokes, and offends. That's the point. This week, the Attorney General said that the Department of Justice would, quote, absolutely target you, go after you, end quote, for so-called hate speech, a dangerous misreading of the Constitution. Though she has since walked it back, the message was clear: this administration would rather silence dissent than defend liberty. I hear defense of the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, but I want to make sure that we defend all amendments, including the Fifth Amendment for due process, the 10th Amendment, rights that are reserved for the states and the people from the federal government. Our rights don't come with an asterisk. We don't surrender the First Amendment or any others to political convenience. On this Constitution Day, let us remember the greatest threat to democracy is not exercising our rights, it is the effort to suppress those rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Food is medicine, Mr. Speaker, and medically tailored meals provide people living with chronic illness essential nutrition to improve their health and keep them out of the hospital. Incredible providers like Community Servings in my home state of Massachusetts, God's Love We Deliver in New York City, and dozens of agencies across the country have proven these meals work. Among individuals with complex health conditions, MTMs have led to a 70% drop in emergency room visits and cut hospital admissions in half. If all eligible patients received MTMs, studies show that we could save over $32 billion in the first year alone. Today, I am reintroducing bipartisan, bicameral legislation with Reps. Malliotakis, Pingree, Fitzpatrick, and Evans, and Senators Booker, Marshall, Smith, and Cassidy to pilot the coverage of MTMs in traditional Medicare. Our bill, which expands access to these life-saving meals, will lead to billions of dollars in savings without adding one dime to the deficit. I urge my colleagues to join the growing bipartisan Food is Medicine movement and pass our medically tailored meals bill. Let's work together to end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Dr. G.V.V. Rao, a beloved husband, father, grandfather, and a true community leader. Dr. Rao dedicated his life to service, both here in Virginia and around the world, and his career and work on global development took him to the World Bank, the United Nations, and the Asian Development Bank. And in the community, Dr. Rao founded the Balavikas of Fairfax, an organization to promote spiritual values and education for kids in Northern Virginia. His Proceed project helped mentor low-income students in India as they pursued higher education. And Dr. Rao's legacy lives on in all the lives that he touched and the communities that he strengthened. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maryland seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to give voice to an issue that has gone unaddressed for far too long, and it's one this body must take up before it's too late and lives are lost. We must address the alarmingly low staffing levels of firefighters on our military installations. And recent reports indicate that the military service intends to eliminate vacant firefighter positions, restrict the use of overtime, and interpret requirements in a manner that could lead to station closures. And let me be clear, while staffing levels shortages have been ongoing challenges, these new actions, coupled with the continued hiring freeze, put our service members in harm's way. It's why Congresswoman Kagan's and I wrote to the Secretaries of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force to ensure robust emergency services that maintain safety and mission readiness across the force. Across the DoD, more than 8,800 civilian firefighters respond to structural fires, aircraft emergencies, hazardous materials incidents, and other life-threatening events each year. I cannot think of a more critical, all-American cause, more of a win-win, than having the backs of our firefighters and our service members. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for the purpose of addressing the House for up to 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, across America, hardworking people are struggling to pay their bills. Housing, groceries, health care, and more. Hundreds of thousands of jobs have been cut due to the DOGE policies. Our economy is sputtering and the tariffs are jacking up prices. The so-called Big Beautiful Bill will decimate Medicaid, taking health care from seniors, children, and working families while driving up premiums. Now the President has told the majority not to negotiate with our side to keep the government open. And the budget that's been introduced will drive up everyday costs, including health care premiums. It's time for us to come together, Mr. Speaker, and deliver what the American people need: access to affordable health care and a government that's funded and functional. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Section 2B4 of Public Law 118-144, the Commission to Study the Potential Transfer of the Weizmann National Museum of American Jewish History to the Smithsonian Institution Act. I am pleased to appoint the following individual to the Commission to Study the Potential Transfer of the Weizmann National Museum of American Jewish History to the Smithsonian Institution. Mr. Philip Dorovov of Short Hills, New Jersey. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 707, I call up the bill H.R. 5125, the District of Columbia Judicial Nominations Reform Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5125, a bill to amend the District of Columbia Home Rule Act to terminate the District of Columbia Judicial Nomination Commission and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 707, the amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 11913 is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support H.R. 5125, the District of Columbia Judicial Nominations Reform Act. This legislation aligns with the appointment of D.C. judges with the constitutional process for appointing members of the federal judiciary. This bill preserves the President's authority to nominate with the advice and consent of the U.S. Senate, anyone deemed appropriate to sit on the D.C. court. The current system, where the president is restricted to nominating only those candidates put forward by the D.C. Judicial Nomination Commission, inappropriately limits the president's authority. I want to thank Representative Pete Sessions from Texas for his leadership on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this effort. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I strongly oppose this bill, which would eliminate the D.C. Judicial Nomination Commission and give a president, any president, the sole power to make nominations for D.C. local courts, which deal with municipal issues. Right now, under the Home Rule Act, the D.C. Judicial Nomination Commission submits a list of 3 candidates for each judicial vacancy. Of course, then it's considered by the president. This bill would wipe away the commission, and it would allow the president to directly appoint and have full control over the selection of these judges. This is an absurd level of federal control over what is local judges. Every state and territory in the United States selects its own judges. Only in D.C. do Republicans think that President Trump should decide who your local judges are. And let's also be honest about what the bill is really about. This has nothing to do with public safety. It's a power grab to take away power and authority from over 700,000 residents of this district. Now, let's be clear. D.C. does face a judicial vacancy crisis. There are currently 15 open seats across the D.C. Superior and Court of Appeals, 13 on the Superior Court side, 2 on the Court of Appeals. But why do the vacancies actually exist? The Commission has submitted names for every single one of those open seats. So the bottleneck is not the Commission, it's the slow pace of nominations by the President and confirmations by the Senate. The Senate could solve this tomorrow, and we know who controls the Senate, the Republicans. So let's be honest about what this bill is really about. It's not about the Constitution, it's about partisanship. The House majority wants to give Donald Trump the ability to select judges for local municipal matters for the Washington, D.C., and bypass the current commission process that exists. This is another attempt for Republicans to try to gut D.C.'s nonpartisan judiciary and replace it with partisan right-wing judges. The legislation does nothing to improve the judicial system. It strips away one of the few tools D.C. residents have to shape their courts, and it erodes judicial independence. The bill is unnecessary, it is undemocratic, and it really goes to the independence of our courts. I urge all of our colleagues to oppose it, and Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the young chairman of the Government Reform and Oversight Committee, Chairman Comer. Mr. Speaker, what we've heard today is a continuation of this lame excuse of politics and on Donald Trump. The gentleman from California did allude to it, but really did not get into much more of the data. The bottom line is from 9/30/20, 2/25/23, 6/30/23, 7/28/23, 3/22/24, 4/12/24, 10/1/24. Each of these people were nominated by the distinguished gentleman, the former President of the United States, Mr. Biden. This is not political. This is getting the work done that Washington, D.C. needs. And this commission process that we go through does not work. I know we wanted to hear that this is all related to Donald Trump and Republicans want to control the process that goes on so that we can control Washington, D.C. Mr. Speaker, it's not working is the reason why I'm on the floor today. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, H.R. 5125, is about a process that can work. And the gentleman from California is correct. A lot of it is political. But what it's to do is to say that if the people of this country have chosen the President of the United States,
then that is the direction we will go. We will give that president, whether it be Republican or Democrat, whether it be a man or a woman, we will give that president the opportunity for the control of this nomination and the system here in Washington, D.C. We've got a lot at risk. Mr. Speaker, we've got a lot at risk, which is the same reason why President Trump finally had the guts, yes, I will call them guts, to call in the National Guard to take on the crime presence that exists in Washington, D.C. We've had members of Congress have their cars stolen. We've had members of Congress who were assaulted. We've had staff members of this body who were killed. And people who come to this town from across the United States want, need, and expect that Washington, D.C. does not become or continue to be a work-free drug zone. Washington, D.C. should be safe for members of not just of the United States, but for international visitors who visit also. And the basis of that, which Chairman Comer is bringing to the floor today, is to look at from top to bottom, not just the judicial system, but really the entire process of the courts system. So, I have some background in this. My father served as a chief judge of the Western District of Texas in San Antonio. He served as FBI director for President Reagan, President Bush, and President Clinton. He understood firsthand that control of crime has a lot to do with how you deal with criminals. This opportunity that we bring today to the floor is to go back to a process that works, is a process that is driven by the President of the United States, who also has authority and responsibility over this beautiful city. And so, Mr. Speaker, at this time I would reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind my good friend that in Texas, local judges are elected by Texas citizens, not chosen directly by the president. In this case, in this bill, they want to bypass any sort of local control over the selection of judges and have these appointees being chosen directly by Donald Trump. That's wrong, and folks should oppose this bill. I want to yield 7 minutes to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Representative Norton.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I strongly oppose this bill, which eliminates the District of Columbia's already small role in the selection of local judges. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters opposing this bill from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, the entire D.C. Council, D.C. Attorney General Brian Swell, and the D.C. Bar.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter on this bill from the D.C. Judicial Nomination Commission.
Objection.
Under the D.C. Home Rule Act, the President, with the advice and consent of the Senate, a chamber in which D.C. has no representation, appoints judges to the local D.C. courts. The President must make a nomination from a list of candidates recommended by the Judicial Nomination Commission. The establishment of the Judicial Nomination Commission provided D.C. with 3, albeit limited roles in the nomination of its local judges. First, members of the commission must be D.C. residents. Second, D.C. appoints 3 of the 7 members of the commission. Third, the commission holds a public comment period on applicants for a vacancy on the local D.C. courts, allowing D.C. residents to express their views on applicants. Republicans claim the Judicial Nomination Commission is unconstitutional because it limits the president's authority to make nominations. They are wrong. The commission has been in existence for 50 years. Congress, not the president, has plenary authority over D.C. Congress also has plenty of authority over the territories, and Congress has given them authority to select their local judges without any role whatsoever for the president or Congress. I refer my Republican colleagues to the Supreme Court's decisions in 2020 regarding the appointments of the Puerto Rico Financial Control Board, which Congress established pursuant to its plenary authority over Puerto Rico. The court held the Appointments Clause of the Constitution does not restrict the appointment of local officers that Congress vests with primarily local duties pursuant to the territorial or district clauses of the Constitution. Local D.C. judges are local officers that Congress vests with primarily local duties pursuant to the district clause. The long-standing judicial vacancy crisis on the local D.C. courts is not due to any failure of the Judicial Nomination Commission. The Commission always meets its 60-day statutory deadline to submit a list of names for a vacancy to the President. The crisis exists because the President, and to a larger extent the Senate, regardless of the party in power, do not prioritize local D.C. judges. For example, there has been a vacancy on D.C.'s highest court since 2013. Congress should give authority to the over 700,000 D.C. residents to select their local judges in any manner they choose. D.C. residents, the majority of whom are black and brown, are capable of governing themselves. Since Republicans do not trust D.C. residents with self-government, they should at least address the longstanding vacancy crisis in local D.C. courts, which is harming public safety and access to judges. A simple solution is to make an appointment to the local D.C. courts effective 30 days after the President makes a nomination, unless Congress enacts a disapproval resolution during that period. That is essentially the same process used for congressional review of legislation enacted by D.C. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Judicial Nominations Reform Act and to grant D.C. statehood instead. Free D.C. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 more minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentlewoman, Ms. Norton, coming forth as she does represent the District of Columbia. But I think in the argument it's important to note that these are not just local judges that we are talking about. They don't handle any matter that is related to a ticket, a parking ticket, the local matters. In fact, they deal with serious matters, and that's why it comes to the attention of the United States Senate and the President of the United States. This bill does not remove any sitting judges on either the D.C. Superior Court or the D.C. Court of Appeals. But in fact, we believe it is important, as the gentlewoman noted, since 2013, we still have people that have been hanging out and not approved. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go through this because I really did not do the due diligence to know why there are people here who have not been approved. They are still pending. What I would tell you is that we've had lots of time since 2013 where Republicans and Democrats who were in charge of the United States Senate could have moved these nominations forward, and they chose not to. I am simply standing and saying that I believe today this bill needs to be passed because Washington, D.C. and the sitting courts do need additional judges. They need competent people who would be prepared to move forward. And if there's one president who would nominate and get this done, it would be Donald Trump. Donald Trump deeply believes in the success of Washington, D.C. He believes Washington, D.C. should be a place that is safe and that has good judges. And so this will be an opportunity for us not only to understand a different way to handle this, but a way that we can look back and say, we have made Washington, D.C. just a little bit better because the Republican Party cares deeply about Washington, its success, and mostly the safety of the people who live here. And I want to thank the young chairman for allowing me time to bring this bill together, and I would yield back my time to the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to clarify for the gentleman from Texas that these are not federal circuit judges. They have the same jurisdiction as state and local judges. That is what actually the bill presented says. These are local judges. They're not circuit judges. They're not federal judges. Let's be clear what this is about. This is about allowing Donald Trump to select local judges for D.C. and bypass a commission system that is currently in place where the president still has an ability to select from a panel of different judges. There is no state in the United States, in our country, that allows the president to directly select local judges. This is an outrageous attempt to take away power from 700,000 residents and to hurt our independent judiciary system here in the district. This bill is not about safety. It is not about the Constitution. It has nothing to do with federal circuit court judges. It's a power grab to elect for Donald Trump to self-select judges. And finally, as I close, I want to remind all of our friends that all these D.C. bills in front of us are about Donald Trump trying to play mayor of Washington, D.C. And if he wants to be mayor, he should resign from president and run for mayor himself. With that, I'm done. Thank you.
The gentleman yields.
I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another day on the House floor where the Republicans try to address the D.C. crime crisis with serious substantive solutions, and another day where the Democrats try to act like there's no crime problem in Washington, D.C., and reverberate the symptoms of their Trump derangement syndrome. But, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the Sessions legislation, which corrects an inappropriate limitation on presidential authority to appoint judges in the District of Columbia. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 707, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
To amend the District of Columbia Home Rule Act to terminate the District of Columbia Judicial Nomination Commission and for other purposes.
The question is now on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the bill is passed.
And I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 707, I call up the bill H.R. 5143, the District of Columbia Policing Protection Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5143, a bill to establish standards for law enforcement officers in the District of Columbia to engage in vehicular pursuits of suspects and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 707, The amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-11 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to support H.R. 5143, the District of Columbia Policing Protection Act of 2025. This bill repeals Subtitle S of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 and replaces it with policies empowering police to pursue a suspect fleeing in a vehicle. The 2022 Act imposes burdensome restrictions on police pursuit of criminal suspects. This has resulted in less justice for victims of crime in Washington, D.C., and more opportunities for criminals who would otherwise be apprehended to continue harming D.C. and surrounding communities. This bill replaces Subtitle S with policies that allow for vehicular pursuit of a suspect fleeing a motor vehicle if the officer or supervisor deems it necessary, the most effective means of apprehension, and without unreasonable risk to bystanders. I want to thank Representative Clay Higgins for his leadership of this critical local policing reform legislation and urge my colleagues to support his bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose this bill, which would overrule rules implemented by D.C.'s elected leaders on when metropolitan police officers should pursue a fleeing car. Now, our debate here is a perfect example of why D.C. needs self-rule. And we should be clear, high-speed chases are deadly. They often end in needless deaths, injuries, and devastating property damage. Now, over 3,000 people died in police car chases in the U.S. between 2017 and 2022. Half of those deaths were innocent bystanders not involved in the chase. I'll repeat, half of the people that have died in police car chases were innocent bystanders. Now, that should alarm every single one of us. Now, across the country, Republican-led states have recognized the dangers of high-speed chases. States like Texas, Florida, Tennessee have all implemented tighter standards to limit pursuits of violent criminals or imminent threats. They know the risks are too high for people that, of course, are innocent or could get caught up in one of these car crashes. That's the best practice, and D.C. is following the same path. But my Republican colleagues want to interfere. They want to lower the standards to allow for more chases and more innocent people getting hurt. And I want to remind us that this district is dense. Sidewalks oftentimes are small. Streets are tight. There's a lot of folks that live here. We should not have a one-size-fits-all policy for D.C. We should allow the people of D.C. to decide when a car chase is appropriate. Congress should not require D.C. police to use tactics that the community does not want. D.C. residents should be empowered to decide when to authorize their police to use dangerous tactics. Under D.C. current law, pursuits are allowed if a fleeing suspect has committed a violent crime, for example, or poses an imminent threat to public safety, and if the pursuit can be done in a way that minimizes the risks to innocent people. We should not lower these standards, and certainly not with zero community input and no consultation with the D.C. Council, mayor, or other folks that are actually trying to manage the city. There are many tools we know that police officers can use to track suspects and make arrests. We should let the council, the mayor, and the police work together with the DC police to balance safety, pedestrian safety, and proportionality. And if DC residents don't like it, they can vote their elected officials out of office. Today, Congress is again injecting itself as some sort of super city council to write laws for Washington, D.C. As a former mayor of 8 years, who worked with over 700 amazing men and women of a police department who were heroic in the work that they did, I know in conversations with our chief with our police officers, with our community. That these decisions are best left to our communities to write the laws of when these police chases should actually go into effect. I want to remind us, again, and while I appreciate the author and my friend, this bill, I believe, is necessary. It undermines home rule, and it will make D.C. less safe. And with that, I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman of the Oversight Committee for recognizing me, allowing me to speak in support of H.R. 5143, the District of Columbia Policing Protection Act. As a matter of background, Mr. Speaker, in January of 2023, the D.C. Council enacted the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment, the CPJRA Act of 2022. That was D.C. Law 24-345. And amongst numerous other police-related policy matters, most of which we advised against in the Oversight Committee. We met with D.C. officials, including hearings, and we advised against what they intended to do. Included in those police-related policy matters, in the act that they indeed passed in 2022, was Subtitle S of the CPJRA, which imposed a host of restrictions on police pursuit of criminal suspects. In doing so, the D.C. Council essentially made it illegal for police to pursue and apprehend criminals if they were fleeing in a vehicle by imposing a complex matrix of 14 factors that police officers have to consider before whether or not they would pursue a fleeing vehicle. The police officers, I speak from my own experience, very likely the only one involved in this debate for several years that has actually engaged in, I tried to add it up the other day, but probably a couple of hundred serious high-speed pursuits in the course of my career. I worked night shift for a long time, 9 years straight, 12-hour shifts. Night shift is when this stuff usually happens. And I'm not talking about when someone doesn't stop right away. That's not a high-speed pursuit. Having to drive 100 miles an hour to catch up with somebody that you're pulling over is not a high-speed pursuit. A high-speed pursuit is when they're running. And this is something that the officer has to make very fast decisions, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we consider the totality of circumstance of where we are. Is that a suspect vehicle? Does it match a definition of something that's been put out through dispatch, a vehicle that we're looking for? Has it potentially been involved in a crime that requires police interaction in the effort to enforce and to address that crime that took place? There's a number of factors that a police officer has to figure. But it's got to be an option that you're going to pursue that car. And what D.C. has done, one of the factors, Mr. Speaker, is if anyone in the suspect motor vehicle was afforded an opportunity to comply with an order to surrender any suspected dangerous weapons. What the hell? There's no way a police officer can know that. There's too many factors, which basically means D.C. has made it illegal for police to pursue a vehicle. And that's what we're correcting here. We're restoring the discretion of the professional law enforcement officer to make a decision in a fraction of a second or two based upon his policies and his training and the totality of circumstance or whether or not he needs to pursue that vehicle. And this is what my bill restores. The legislation repeals Subtitle S of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 and replaces it with policies empowering police to vehicular pursuit of a suspect fleeing in a motor vehicle if the officer or supervisor deems it necessary, that it's the most effective means of apprehension, and if it is without unreasonable risk to bystanders. Let me say, in all my vehicle pursuits, there's been a few crashes, but nobody has died. And the only crash that I've ever been involved in those pursuits was when I purposefully crashed the fleeing vehicle, which was the guy who had committed an armed robbery at a local hardware store, had pistol whipped the manager of that store, made it to his car, fired at officers, and began. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the time and the indulgence to the chairman and the speaker. I just urge strong support of H.R. 5143. It restores legitimate discretion to the police officers that actually work the streets of D.C. I yield the balance of my time. I thank you all.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I just want to thank the gentleman from Louisiana also for his service in law enforcement. And I know that he is trying to help in trying to move public safety forward. I know that's his intention, but I just want to clarify a few things. It's been mentioned that this committee somehow, or that this bill somehow has been heard by a committee. We have not held a hearing on these bills to clarify. Our hearing on DC is actually tomorrow. There's been no coordination with the mayor or the city council. They oppose this bill. And I do want to clarify, it's been mentioned a few times when we've debated this bill, that there's somehow 14 criteria that officers have to consider before engaging in a pursuit. The law is very clear. The suspect must have committed or attempted a crime of violence or pose an imminent threat of death or seriously bodily harm. The pursuit is necessary to protect another person from serious bodily injury or not likely to cause injury to others, and all other options have been exhausted or do not reasonably lend themselves to the circumstances, is actually what the actual law says. So I just want to note that. I'm not sure what those 14 criteria are, and I want to yield, of course, 7 minutes to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Representative Norton.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I strongly oppose this undemocratic and paternalistic bill, which amends D.C. law. The over 700,000 D.C. residents, the majority of whom are black and brown, are capable and worthy of governing themselves. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters opposing this bill from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, the entire D.C. Council, and D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab.
Without objection.
D.C.'s local legislature, the council, has 13 members. If D.C. residents do not like how members vote, residents can vote them out of office or pass a ballot measure. That is called democracy. Congress has 535 voting members. None are elected by D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like how members vote on local D.C. matters, residents cannot vote them out of office or pass a ballot measure. This is the antithesis of democracy. The substance of this bill is irrelevant since there is never justification for Congress to legislate on local D.C. matters. Nevertheless, I will discuss it. Vehicular pursuits by police officers are inherently dangerous, not just for officers and suspects, but for bystanders too. And often there are other options to detain a suspect. D.C. permits vehicular pursuits, but it imposes limitations on them. According to the International Association of Chiefs of Police, vehicular pursuit policies must balance the risks take all of the factors into consideration and reach a decision that is best suited to their jurisdictions. Unlike DC, 2% of local police departments prohibit vehicular pursuits altogether. The sponsor of this bill, who is from Louisiana, thinks he knows better than DC how to strike the proper balance in DC. I will read for my Republican colleagues part of the signing statement your fellow Republican, President Richard Nixon, issued on the DC Home Rule Act. One of the major goals of this administration is to place responsibility for local functions under local control and to provide local governments with the authority and resources they need to serve their communities effectively. The measure I signed today represents a significant step in achieving this goal in the city of Washington. I will give the people of the District of Columbia the right to elect their own local officials and to govern themselves in local affairs. As the nation approaches the 200th anniversary of its founding, it is particularly appropriate to assure those persons who live in our capital city rights and privileges which have long been enjoyed by most of their countrymen. DC residents have all the obligations of American citizenship, including paying federal taxes, serving on juries, and registering with the Selective Service. Yet Congress denies them full local government and voting representation in Congress. The only solution to this undemocratic treatment is to grant DC statehood. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter explaining why DC statehood is constitutional from leading constitutional scholars, including Larry Tribe.
Without objection.
DC statehood, the DC statehood bill, H.R. 51, the Washington, D.C. Admission Act, grants D.C. residents full local self-government and voting representation in Congress. H.R. 51 reduces the size of the federal district from 68 square miles to 2 square miles, consisting of the White House, the Capitol, the Supreme Court, the National Mall, and remaining under the control of Congress. The new state consists of the residential and commercial areas of D.C. The new state has a larger population than 2 states, pays more federal taxes per capita than any state, and pays more local federal taxes than 21 states. I urge members to vote no on the D.C. Policing Protection Act. Keep their hands off D.C. and free D.C., and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter a letter from Representative Min into the record, which clarifies that he meant to vote yes on H.R. 5143 in committee.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave. Gentleman is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Representative McIver.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you to the ranking member. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep concern for our nation's capital, also known as Chocolate City. The 4 Republican bills on the floor this week are a direct attack on the people of this city, particularly the Black and brown communities who have called D.C. home for generations. Residents who have built thriving small businesses, who have received an education from D.C. school system, and residents who have raised families and called themselves proud Washingtonians since birth. This bill, H.R. 5143, would impose the president's twisted vision of justice on D.C., overriding the autonomy of this city and hurting the people who live here, enabling deadly vehicle pursuits of suspects in the city. As a former councilwoman and a council president of the largest city in New Jersey, I know firsthand that this is dangerous. And that's on top of the other bills that we're debating this week that seek to strip D.C. of its autonomy, force more juveniles into the justice system, expand the president's gross overreach, and make things worse. The bills proposed by my Republican colleagues would worsen the already rampant injustices we see in the criminal justice system, make law enforcement more dangerous, and steal the futures of many of our youth. These bills all send the same statement to Washingtonians. The administration does not believe you have the same right to dignity as other parts of this nation. If Congress truly wants to make our nation's capital as safe as it can be, we would listen to the residents of D.C. and their elected leaders who have lived experience of what this community needs. The dog whistles used to justify these bills are not true. The D.C. government has long taken a proactive approach to reducing crime in the district, and today is experiencing a 3-decade low in crime. D.C. has done this in part by having a police force that looks like the very people it is sworn to protect, lives in the community it serves, and caters to the unique needs of D.C. residents. H.R. 5143 discourages basic public safety.
I'd like to give the gentlewoman an extra minute, please.
Without objection.
Discourages public safety, pushes lies about crime in the Black and brown communities, and puts everyone in harm's way at risk. That is why it is no surprise of who the sponsor is of this very dangerous and wicked bill. This bill is dangerous once again and a complete disaster to this community. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 additional minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman yields, or gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Let me just diplomatically address a couple of the accusations here regarding the nature of my bill. The gentlelady acknowledged that there's danger involved. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Enforcing the law is dangerous. This is why your professional law enforcement officers across the country, including here in D.C., are incredibly well vetted and trained and equipped to make decisions in a matter of seconds or less to pursue criminals and to enforce the law. It's dangerous work. It's dangerous for the officer. It can result in injury or death for the criminal. It can result in injury or death for innocent Americans. But let us never forget that the interaction was initiated by the criminal. So, yes, enforcing the law is dangerous work. What's more dangerous, Mr. Speaker, is failure to enforce the law. What's more dangerous for every community, including our nation's capital, for which this body has a responsibility to stand. What's more dangerous for every community is failure to give discretion for enforcement of law to the very law enforcement professionals that you have trained and equipped and placed on the street. To not allow those professionals to make decisions and enforce the law, that is incredibly dangerous. So, my bill stands on the side of the citizenry of D.C. in the effort to enforce the law by fully empowering the police officers of D.C. to engage criminal conduct and enforce the law. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Representative Ivey.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank my colleague for yielding, and Mr. Speaker, I want to state that I rise in strong opposition to the gentleman's bill. I appreciate my colleague from Louisiana. We've had a chance to serve together on committees, and I know he has a strong respect for law enforcement. So I'm not saying his heart's in the wrong place, but I am saying this bill is wrong. And I say that from personal experience. You're right, I was never in an active car pursuit, but I was a prosecutor here in Washington, D.C., and for 8 years in Prince George's County, which is the eastern border of Washington, D.C. So I've seen the results of some of these high-speed chases. Now, the bill that's drafted, that he's proposed, actually takes away a reasonable balance that was drawn by the people here of the District of Columbia, as is their right for a democracy. And also, one of the things we need to keep in mind, and my colleague addressed this kind of briefly, but frankly skipped over it, what happens when that chase leads to the death of innocent civilians? When you said you'd been in 100 car chases, a chill went through my body, I gotta say, because I've seen the results, the deadly consequences of some of these car chases. And when you have to go talk to that family and tell them why their loved ones died, you don't want to have to say that it was over something minor like a stolen car. So the balance that the city struck was that it should be for an imminent violent offense, high-level felony, something like that, that really you understand why they would have engaged in the pursuit. But this bill would take that away and expand it open so that you could have high-speed chases taking place with respect to misdemeanors. And this isn't a hypothetical for me. When I was the state's attorney in Prince George's County, we actually had one of these. We had several, but I'll just pick one for purposes of time. Police officer saw a stolen motorcycle zip down the Beltway and decided to pursue it. Now, stealing a motorcycle is a misdemeanor, speeding is a misdemeanor, but he decided to pursue it anyway. Now, mind you, this is during rush hour, so he had to pursue on the border of the road, and speeds got up to over 100 miles an hour on the Beltway in rush hour. And of course, it's hard for a car to catch a motorcycle, especially when it can weave in and out of traffic. So he didn't make the apprehension. But what he did do, as he was speeding along on the side of the road at 100 miles an hour plus, was come across debris on the car, or on the road, and he tried to swerve to avoid it. And when he did that, the car jumped over the Jersey barrier between the two lanes and took him into the opposite lane of oncoming traffic. The car jumped over, hit the top of a car coming in the opposite direction, and killed 2 men on their way to a concert. They had nothing to do with any kind of high-speed chase. They didn't have anything to do with any kind of criminal activity. These were people who were good folks, actually just visiting in the area. One was from Buffalo, who died because of a high-speed chase over a minor misdemeanor. That doesn't make any sense. And it's not like that only happens in Prince George's County. Here in Washington, D.C., we had a similar kind of case. It was back in 2016. It led to a deadly chase on East Capitol and Benning Road. Now, the chases you were talking about, maybe those are rural areas, but those are high-traffic areas, even in the nighttime. And sometimes these pursuits take place during the day. This led to a death of an innocent man. This was over a stolen car. Think about what you would say to that family when you're explaining to them that your father, your brother, your son lost his life over a stolen car. And then the other part that influences me, again, I represent Prince George's County now, but sometimes when they start high-speed chases in D.C., they go into Prince George's County, into Montgomery County, into Northern Virginia. And we lost someone during a high-speed chase on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway. Another stolen car case. So when we make these decisions about when a chase is permitted or should be permitted or not, we need to keep in mind that there can be deadly consequences from when this happens, and it frequently occurs. And it's not like this is unusual. The Washington Post just did a piece about the park police, 10 of these instances in recent weeks. Couple last points. One is liability. The federal government's going to put this burden on the city, but when that liability happens from the
Gentleman's
death...
Gentleman's time has expired.
Want to yield another 2 minutes, please?
Gentleman's recognized for another 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When that liability arises from a car chase that didn't make any sense to a jury, the city can be on the hook for millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. And I guarantee they're not going to step in and have the federal government cover that for them. So when we think about these things, we need to keep all of those things in mind. And the last point I make, a variation on the home rule argument. D.C. is not a rural jurisdiction. In fact, its roads aren't even as straightforward as Manhattan. We've got diagonal roads that cut across. We've got circles. We've got very dangerous intersections. I wish my colleagues knew how tricky it could be out there, but a high-speed chase in the middle of the District of Columbia, even during the middle of the day, is almost by definition dangerous, almost under any circumstances. So you better have a really good reason to engage in a pursuit like that. That's not the balance that's drawn by this bill. That's not the balance that was drawn by the people of the District of Columbia. It should be the balance, and they should make the call, because when the deaths happen, my colleagues won't be anywhere to be found. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly oppose this bill. D.C.'s elected leaders have set clear, common-sense limits on high-speed chases and limits that save lives. Just want to remind folks that states like Texas, Florida, and Tennessee recognize the danger and restricts pursuits to violent crimes or imminent deaths, and D.C. follows that same practices. I have no further speakers and prepare to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I have no further speakers and prepared to close.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized to close.
Thank you. I'd like to close and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation to allow police officers in the District of Columbia to pursue and apprehend criminals to keep residents and visitors in the district safe. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 707, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. And those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The question is on third reading.
A bill to establish standards for law enforcement officers in the District of Columbia to engage in vehicular pursuits of suspects and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion...
Thank you. I'd like to request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested, and those in favor of the yeas and nays will arise. A sufficient number have risen, and the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 722 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 45, House Resolution 722. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 5371, making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order, without intervention of any point of order, to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 719, honoring the life and legacy of Charles Charlie James Kirk. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as order on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervention of any motion, demand for division of the question, except 1 hour debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform of their respective designees. Section 3, Sections 9, 10, and 11 of House Resolution 707, agreed to September 16, 2025, are each amended by striking March 31, 2026, and inserting January 31, 2026.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 722, providing for the House's consideration of 2 pieces of legislation. First, the rule provides for H.Res. 719, honoring the life and legacy of Charles Charlie James Kirk, to be considered under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Second, the rule provides for H.R. 5371, the Continuing Appropriations and Extension Act of 2026. H.R. 5371 would be considered under a closed rule, and it also provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule tolls the day counts until January 31st, 2026, regarding joint resolutions terminating the national emergencies declared by the President on February 1st, 2025, April 2nd, 2025, and July 30th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. Beginning with H.Res. 719, honoring Charlie Kirk. It's really quite unbelievable that we're here today honoring the life of Charlie Kirk, taken from us far too soon. This is the kind of tribute you would give after a lifetime of service, not usually at the young age of just 31. But Charlie Kirk made a lifetime's worth of impact in his short 31 years on this earth, and we're grateful for it. Charlie Kirk was a generational leader, a cultural icon. He was dedicated to engaging young people, defending our constitutional freedoms, and calling on Americans to live with courage and conviction. Whether you agreed with him or not, he showed up, he listened, he engaged in respectful dialogue. He never backed down from the belief that ideas should be debated in the open. Charlie Kirk believed that freedom is worth defending, that faith has a rightful place in the public square, and the next generation deserves leaders who tell the truth and invite honest debate. He believed that every human life had value, even those who vehemently disagreed with him. What happened last week was evil, but we can't fear it, because if we do, then evil wins. So we will not back down, and we will not allow hatred to intimidate us or to silence our speech. leaves behind a loving wife and 2 children. He was a child of God, a son, a husband, a father, and a conservative leader who, even in death, still inspires millions around the world. I hope the whole House will join me in praying for Erica and his precious children and the family and friends he leaves behind. May God surround them with love, comfort them with his presence, and provide a peace that surpasses our understanding. We will never forget Charlie Kirk. Let us carry on his legacy and always defend the ideals he lived out. I was proud last night to be a member of the Rules Committee and want to thank the Ranking Member McGovern, and the other Democrat members of the committee for recognizing that many of us on this side of the aisle knew Charlie personally. I also want to thank Representatives Debbie Dingell, Tom Suozzi, Don Davis, John Larson, Jimmy Panetta, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, and Chris Pappas, who joined our prayer vigil for Charlie earlier this week. I was and am glad that we condemned political violence together and were able to share compassion for one another. Moving on to H.R. 5371, this rule also provides for consideration of the continuing resolution. Passing a continuing resolution is never our first choice, but as Chairman Cole said last night, real progress is being made, and he's encouraged by this year's appropriations process. The House has already approved 60% of government spending, and the Appropriations Committee has finished its work at the committee level. Chairman Cole and every member of the Appropriations Committee deserves credit for the long hours of work that have already been done and the progress that has been made. Following this good example under the leadership of Leader Thune and our Senate Republican colleagues, they've also advanced appropriations measures on the Senate floor, something Senate Democrats failed to do in the last appropriations cycle when they controlled the chamber. Though a CR, a continuing resolution, is not ideal, this year we're further ahead than we've been in a long time. We cannot allow a government shutdown to derail the important work of the Trump administration. As Chairwoman Fox said last night, this short-term CR gives our appropriations colleagues the time they need to keep negotiating and work toward bipartisan funding bills that fulfill our priorities to the American people. There have been plenty of debate about what is and what isn't in the CR, but our priority must be keeping this process moving forward and avoiding the chaos that a government shutdown would create. If our colleagues on the other side of the aisle really care about our military, about law enforcement, about our federal workers, they'll join us in keeping the government open. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the consideration of these important pieces of legislation, and I urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
First, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to say that we all condemn the murder that occurred last week in Utah. And I know that some of my colleagues knew Mr. Kirk and are experiencing a personal loss as well. His family is certainly in our prayers. And violence is never, ever, ever the answer. And now, Mr. Speaker, to the CR that's before us today. Here's the deal. Republicans have 3 choices. One is to work with Democrats on a bipartisan CR that ensures millions of Americans don't lose health insurance or see their premiums skyrocket. 2 is for Republicans to do what Donald Trump said and pass the CR themselves. Republicans are in charge, after all. Or 3, Republicans can shut down the government. And if they choose door number 2 or door number 3, make no mistake about what will happen. ACA tax credits will expire, and nearly 24 million people will see their premiums skyrocket by 93% on average. 93%. Now let me paint a picture. A mom and a dad in their early 60s, both have jobs. They make $80,000 a year combined. Right now, they can afford their health care, barely. But if these ACA credits expire, their bill jumps more than $17,000 a year. That's like a house mortgage. That's $1,400 a month, every month, just for the privilege of not going bankrupt if they get sick. Or take a family of four making $64,000. Their premiums rise by $2,600 a year. That's groceries. That's car payments. Now, it might not sound like a lot of money to my friends on the other side. Maybe the billionaires don't think $2,600 a year is a lot, but my constituents do, Mr. Speaker. And my guess is that millions of Americans will think that is a high cost to pay. Mr. Speaker, if these tax credits disappear, it is a 5-alarm fire. And Republicans are acting like they don't even smell the smoke. But should we be surprised? Of course not. The American people are already drowning in a cost of living crisis, one fueled by Donald Trump and the Republican economic policies. Their big, ugly bill didn't just raise costs for housing, groceries, and utilities. Its cruelest blow was to health care. They made the largest cut to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act in American history, kicking millions of working people off their coverage. That means hospitals closing, nursing homes shuttering, preventative care denied. Oh, and by the way, families going hungry because food assistance was ripped away too. And while families are trying to stay afloat, while farmers are struggling with tariffs, while regular people suffer, Donald Trump decided to take an axe to medical research. He slashed the NIH, shut down cancer research, stopped clinical trials, torpedoed vaccine programs. I mean, what the hell is wrong with him? What is he thinking? But don't worry about health care. Don't worry about the ACA tax credits. We'll deal with this later. That's what the Speaker said. Kick the can down the road. Well, guess what? We've reached the end of the road. Later is too late. The Congressional Budget Office says that if we don't act now and instead wait until December, an additional 1.5 million people will lose their coverage. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people, I say to my colleagues. That's people in every single city and town in America. Premiums will climb even higher. Families will start getting cancellation notices in weeks. And open enrollment starts November 1st. So this is something we need to deal with now. So here's the message to Republicans. Work with us. Fund the government, protect health care, stop writing bills for the rich and powerful, and start working on solutions to everyday problems that people have. The choice is yours, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman from Indiana for yielding her time. Today, Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart. We should not have to debate this legislation this evening. This legislation is the result of a horrific decision to assassinate a man of faith, a husband, a father, and a friend, Charlie Kirk. My heart aches for his wife, Erica, and their two beautiful, beautiful children, his loved ones, and all those who looked up to him, including my own two kids. They looked up to Charlie as well. My prayers are with his family and the entire Turning Point community who lost a leader and a friend. Charlie was taken from us in a cowardly act while exercising our most sacred American right, the right to free speech. He was sharing his values with young people on campus, inspiring them and debating them. A university that should be a safe place where ideas should be debated, not silenced. I am absolutely heartbroken over this evil act. I stand with many of my fellow Americans today mourning this deep, deep loss. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this rule and the passage of the resolution to condemn the attack and honor the life of Charlie Kirk. May God bless the Kirk family and the entire nation who is mourning this deep loss. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Indiana for yielding me her time. Just days ago, Charlie Kirk was assassinated by an act of deranged cowardice. His death was not only the loss of a husband, a father, and a friend to many, it is also a sobering reminder that the very rights he spent his life defending must never be taken for granted, rights endowed to each of us by our Creator and effectuated by our Constitution. This resolution officially honors Charlie Kirk's commitment to the constitutional principles of civil discussion and debate between all people of the United States, regardless of political affiliation. From the beginning of our nation, freedom of speech has been a foundational liberty for the American people. The architects of our republic enshrined the right to speak one's mind without fear as a first principle, knowing that if the people were silenced, then every other freedom would be in peril. Throughout our history, Americans have disagreed fiercely and vigorously about politics, morality, and the course of our nation, but history shows that responding to words with hatred or violence only sets us back. Instead, generation after generation, we have chosen the harder path to keep the conversation going, to answer speech we oppose with more speech, with reason, civility, and conviction, rather than be intimidated by violence or dragged down into vengeance. The founders placed their faith in the power of truth and discourse. They knew that in a free republic, the solution to false or harmful ideas is to counter them in the light of public discussion. As Thomas Jefferson reminded us, error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. We must hold fast to that principle. We will turn more hearts with calm truth than with angry thunder. We will not let violence intimidate us, and we will not let violence drown out truth. Every great struggle for justice, every step forward for our nation, and even its very survival has relied on the ability of courageous voices to speak out and enlighten the people. Charlie Kirk was more than just a prominent political leader. He was a devoted husband, a father, and a man of deep convictions. As a father myself, I cannot begin to imagine the pain of such a loss. He leaves behind his beloved wife, Erica, and 2 amazing young children. To Erica and those children, we offer our heartfelt condolences, and we hope they find comfort and peace in this time of unimaginable grief. Charlie lived with purpose and a clear understanding of what matters most. He loved his family. He pursued truth, and he shared those values boldly with the world. He gave young Americans the courage to believe their voices mattered, that they too could take part in shaping the future of this nation. Just last week, I sat with students who told me they first found their way into political engagement because of Charlie's example. That is his legacy, not only the words he spoke, but the lives he touched, the movement he built, and the spirit of civic courage he inspired. Let us pray that God bless and receive Charlie Kirk, and may he grant comfort and strength to Erica and their children. May God bless our nation and unite us against violence. Unite us in the fight for free speech and truth. I pray that we lift one another up and resolve to leave our children a brighter future and more free than the one we inherited. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take a few minutes to talk about what will happen if we defeat the previous question. And if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to strike the sections of yesterday's and today's rules which together block privileged consideration of measures ending the administration's global tariffs and tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and Brazil. Speaker Johnson and this Republican majority are hell-bent on blocking us from even debating Trump's reckless trade policy, which is driving up costs for consumers, for businesses, for farmers. Now, let's just take this week. On Monday, Republicans voted to block debate on the tariffs that Trump slapped on Brazilian coffee, beef, and other goods. These are the tariffs that are forcing everyday people to spend more on a cup of coffee in the morning. But most Republicans in Congress, I think, were too scared of Trump to actually stand up and fight to protect everyday consumers. Then yesterday, Republicans barely passed a rule that blocked votes on all of Trump's illegal tariffs until March 31st, 2026. I said barely because there were a few Republican holdouts threatening to vote against their party because they knew how reckless Trump's trade policies are. Well, Mr. Speaker, it took only 45 minutes for them to fold, and here's what they reportedly got in return. An agreement to create a new trade working group. Really? I mean, a new working group? To get a meeting? Are my Republican colleagues aware that the House of Representatives already has a working group on trade? It's called the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Trade. These brave rebels also apparently want a provision tucked into today's rule that says votes on tariffs will only be blocked until the end of January instead of March. Wow, what a victory. If you object to Donald Trump's trade policy, which is raising costs on everyday Americans right now, I can't for the life of me figure out how you were won over by an agreement to keep his policies in place for at least 4 more months. President Trump promised to lower prices, quote, on day one, but his disastrous trade war is increasing the prices that Americans are paying for food, gas, and everyday goods. According to independent estimates, Trump's tariffs are resulting in a $2,300 tax increase in 2025 for the average American household. The August inflation report put out by Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics said inflation is increasing at the highest rate since January. Now, I serve on the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Speaker, and we are hearing day in and day out from farmers who are being crushed by Trump's erratic trade policies. They're losing markets abroad, input prices are going up, and farm bankruptcies are up 95% this year compared to last. Back when I was on a farm tour in my own district, a coffee roaster told me that tariffs are hurting his business. He and countless others in his position can't wait while House Republicans hide their heads in the sand for another 4 months. Give us up or down votes on Trump's reckless tariffs. Stop hiding. And this body, this House of Representatives, has a responsibility to be able to do oversight and to vote on whether or not we should have tariffs. And it really is disappointing to me that so many of my friends on the other side of the aisle have chosen to just not step up to the plate. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman would be willing to sacrifice making a few cheap political points, he might find that we're making bipartisan progress toward the goal that he has set forth. I, for one, am glad that the Democrats have finally found a tax that they don't like. Yesterday, we considered a resolution that altered the law by extending the authority of the president to impose tariffs by 6 months from September 30th until March 31st. And I agree with the gentleman that our Constitution entrusts Congress with the power to set tariffs, but that responsibility has unwisely and perhaps even unconstitutionally been delegated over the years to the president. And I think it's time that we did revisit that issue. Yesterday, the Speaker committed personally to 2 things. First, he promised that the next rule resolution would reduce the extension of this authority from 6 months to 4, expiring on January 31st rather than March 31st. The gentleman says that's not soon enough. Some of us would agree. But this resolution fulfills that promise. Second, the Speaker promised to convene a working group within the Republican conference to establish a clear and coherent congressional policy on the use of tariffs to report before the end of January. Now, this is important because there are increasing signs of tariff-related damage to the economy. The gentleman is absolutely right on that point. And because the courts may be moving to restore the guardrails between the executive and legislative branches with respect to tariffs. So I would hope that he would support this resolution and thank the leadership for being responsive to those of us who fervently believe that free trade is an essential foundation of a healthy, growing, and thriving economy. As Bastiat warned nearly 2 centuries ago, tariffs by definition raise prices and reduce resources. They are a tax. And this is the first time I've ever found the Democrats to be in opposition to a tax, but I think they're going to find willing and enthusiastic allies on our side of the aisle as this discussion moves forward. The fact is that every producer is a consumer. Every consumer is a producer. No producer has ever benefited by scarcer resources. No consumer has ever benefited by higher prices. And yet this is the bitter fruit of protectionist policy down through the ages. We need to have a serious and sober discussion on this issue and bring it to a resolution. The Speaker is committed to do this, and for that, I thank him, and I suggest that the gentleman across the aisle thank him too. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman just said that these tariffs are harmful to our economy, to working families in this country, and he could work with us right now to do something about it. We could bring a bill to the floor. We could bring an amendment to the floor, and we could block them. We could stop them. And the gentleman said he's working in a bipartisan way to try to deal with this issue. It's funny, but that this working group that they've all agreed on is just a Republican working group. Democrats are not part of it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a crazy way to be bipartisan. And then he says that, that you get this great deal about, in terms of when we can next be able to have a vote on this stuff. They moved the deadline from the end of March to the end of January. That's 4 months from now. And then what's going to happen in 4 months? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen in 4 months. You got to get a rule that comes to the floor that will extend the prohibition on us being able to debate any kind of tariff legislation to be able to have a debate and an up or down vote. All I can say is, where I come from, Massachusetts, we call that being a cheap date, because I don't think you got very much, to be honest with you. And meanwhile, the American consumer, the American people are going to suffer with higher prices as a result of these tariffs. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, who will speak on this topic.
Thank you, Ranking Member.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I rise in opposition to the previous question, which includes a detrimental and damaging provision that abdicates, that gives up, that capitulates Congress's constitutional authority over this administration's disastrous tariff policy. Look, I think we all know Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 of our Constitution clearly states that Congress has purview over foreign commerce. Now more than ever, with the high prices that Americans are experiencing, our communities, our constituents in this country needs us. They want us. They demand us to reclaim our constitutional powers over trade and fulfill our responsibilities as a check, as a balance over this executive branch. Now, this administration's incoherent, inconsistent, and incompetent tariff policy is causing Americans to get crushed by high prices. People and businesses who don't have the margins to survive these tariff policies, who don't have access to the Oval Office to cut a backroom deal for relief. These are people and producers that are having to personally pay the high prices that are directly being affected by the high costs. Now, the tariffs not only have caused high prices, they've caused uncertainty that's destroyed what was once a strong jobs market. When it comes to manufacturing, it's getting tanked as the cost of inputs are increasing and markets are becoming impossible to predict. Diplomatically, the president's tariff policy is causing consternation amongst our biggest trading partners and our allies and contributing to diplomatic crises. Legally, the president's tariffs are hanging by a thread after a federal court found that their claims of emergency power is dubious at best. So the reality is that the president's trade policy that are based on his 40-year fetish for tariffs is bad for Americans, is bad for American foreign policy, and it's bad for the American Constitution. And for what? Details of any trade deals remain fuzzy and unenforceable, and there's an unstable dynamic that he's creating in which markets either swing wildly or fail to react, expecting the president to chicken out. Yet in the 119th Congress, this majority is allowing this president to not just bulldoze over the well-being of our constituents, Speaker Johnson is allowing the president to run roughshod over the Constitution, our constitutional authority. Now more than ever, with these high prices, our communities, our constituents need us to reclaim these constitutional powers over trade, and yes, live up to our responsibilities as an Article I branch of our government. It's time to repeal these various tariff powers that Congress has granted the executive branch over the past few decades. And I'm not just talking about IEEPA, but also the many other sections that we've afforded the president. Because of those authorities that the president is using capriciously, he's using whimsically to impose his tariffs, which are causing a great damage to our economy, and they are creating a crisis with these high costs that all of us are facing. That's why, Mr. Speaker, Congress has the purview over trade. Thank you. That's exactly why Congress that has the purview over trade should defend that jurisdiction, should defend our independence, and we should defend our duty to the American public. It's our job. It's our responsibility. And let me tell you, that is the least we can do for our country as a Congress and for our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is more hurtful to working families is unfair trade practices that have undermined the American worker for decades. The tariffs imparted by President Trump are proving necessary to ensure fair trade, protect American workers, and reduce trade deficits by bringing other nations to the negotiating table. Access to the American economy is a privilege. President Trump is taking decisive action to comprehensively renegotiate the tariff posture of the United States and the rest of the world for the first time since World War II. His efforts are focused on achieving global free trade, decoupling developing countries from competitive nations like China, and for national security purposes. And from what we've seen, President Trump is winning. According to an article from NPR on August 11th, tariffs are adding tens of billions of new dollars of federal revenue, with Treasury bringing in more than $29 billion in customs and excise taxes, a category that is overwhelmingly tariff revenue. Countries like India, China, and South Korea are among the numerous nations across the world flocking to the negotiating table. This comes on the heels of the successfully negotiated trade deals by President Trump, like with the EU, Japan, the UK, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. President Trump is utilizing all available tools in his pressure campaign to make good on his promises to secure the border, protect our communities, and level the global playing field to ensure fair trade for American producers and the American worker. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just say to the gentlelady that that's a lot of words to justify the biggest tax increase on the American people, on average of $2,300 a year more because of these tariffs. But I would just say to the gentlelady as well that if you think that these policies are great, if you want these tariffs to continue, then you shouldn't be afraid to vote for them. Have a debate on the floor and let people vote up or down on them. I don't understand why that is such a controversial thing to want to advocate for, especially in the House of Representatives, where we're supposed to be able to debate important issues. And that's all people, if you have the votes, if everybody thinks it's a great policy, then they all vote yes, and they continue. But I'm glad the gentlelady brought up the economy, because I want to speak about the economy just for a couple of minutes here. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of Trump's economic policy are being felt in communities across the country. Prices on fruits and vegetables, meat and poultry, and dairy are all up, and they're likely to climb even higher as Trump's tariffs ripple through the supply chain. President Trump and Republicans promised to reduce grocery prices. Instead, grocery prices spiked at the fastest pace in 3 years last month. They promised to cut electricity prices in half. Instead, August electricity prices were over 6% higher than they were a year ago. They promised to reduce inflation. Instead, we saw the largest monthly increase in inflation since January. They promised to create jobs. And instead, for the first time In nearly 4 years, the economy lost jobs in June. We lost jobs in June. And job growth has been stagnant for months. Mr. Speaker, the Trump economy is not working for the American people. But do you know who it is working for, Mr. Speaker? The millionaires and the billionaires who contributed to his campaign. Hardworking Americans deserve a hell of a lot better than a rigged economy that only works for the ultra-wealthy. People are hurting. You know, do town halls, I would say to my Republican friends. You could hear it firsthand. You know, go to the grocery store and watch as people are putting items back because the prices have gone up so much. People can't, this is not sustainable. And at a minimum, the Republican leadership here should not be afraid of debate and votes. We ought to bring these important items to the floor. We have a constitutional responsibility when it comes to trade and tariffs to debate and to vote on these items. We ought to bring them to the floor. Let's have a thoughtful debate, and then people can vote accordingly, and then they can defend that vote when they go back to their districts. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a little bit disingenuous to criticize the president on tariffs when every single Democrat voted for the largest tax increase in American history just recently. Because in the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, under the One Big Beautiful Bill, the typical family now, because of House Republicans, is going to get up to $10,900 in additional take-home pay. Workers will see increased wages up to $7,200. Households earning less than $100,000 a year will get a 12% tax cut compared to today. Up to 7.2 million jobs have been protected and created, and 1 million new jobs annually will be created by small businesses. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, car loan interest relief, tax relief for seniors will put more money annually into Americans' pockets, $1,300 per tipped worker specifically, and $1,400 for hourly workers. We lock in and further boost the double child tax credit to $2,200 for more than 40 million American families. To put quite simply, we are starting to build the financial future for this country after years of Democrat mismanagement. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the gentlelady is talking about, but the Yale Budget Lab finds American households could pay $2,300 more on average as a result of the current tariff policy, nearly 3 times the average, roughly $800 benefit from the OBBBA's new tax provisions, the Big Beautiful Bill, or whatever they call it. We call it the Big Ugly Bill, by the way, which is the most unpopular piece of legislation, I think, in history. But you know what? Don't take my word for it. You know, talk to regular people. Go to a grocery store. Go to a coffee shop. Do a town hall. Talk to people about how they're feeling, and they're not feeling good. They're not feeling good, and they're going to feel even worse if you don't address the health care cliff that we're about to confront. You know, Mr. Speaker, across the country, children and families, grandparents, small business owners, teachers, and veterans are about to receive the unwelcome news that their health care premiums are skyrocketing to record highs. Millions of Americans face an awful decision on the horizon as they sort through their bills and are forced to decide which ones to pay. Republicans could have spent the summer working with Democrats to reach a bipartisan agreement. Instead, they spend it slashing Medicaid and the ACA by $1 trillion. Now, make no mistake, Republicans are kicking 15 million people off their health care coverage. 15 million people. Republicans are jeopardizing access to prenatal care. They're cutting NIH's budget and taking food benefits away from families, all basically to help pay for tax cuts to the ultra-rich. Mr. Speaker, nearly 24 million people in this country have health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. With Republican inaction, their premiums will increase by an average of 93%. A 60-year-old couple making $80,000 per year would see their premiums increase by over $70,000 per year. That's like $1,400 per month. A family of 4 earning $64,000 will owe an extra $2,600 in health care premiums every year. Where on earth are families supposed to find this kind of extra money? 5 million Americans, including 2 million with chronic conditions, will lose their health care coverage due to the Affordable Care Act cuts alone, not to mention the 10 million more who will lose coverage due to the already enacted Medicaid cuts in the Republicans' big, ugly bill. In each of the districts we represent, Americans will have to choose between paying rent, buying groceries, or affording health care. Mr. Speaker, 26,000 Americans in the gentlewoman's district in Indiana will face higher premiums or lose their health care altogether. 26,000 people. It's a lot of people. We live in the richest country in the world, and Republicans have no problem forcing families to go without food because health care premiums are sky high. This is crazy. I mean, health care ought to be a right in this country. It ought not to be a privilege. And when people lose their health care, what do? They get their health care at emergency rooms. And that's the most costly and inefficient form of health care. Honest to God, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how my Republican friends can talk to people back home in their districts and somehow justify what they are doing. Do Republicans actually think that denying health care coverage is good for someone? I mean, seriously, is that popular in Indiana? Is it popular in any state in this country? This is shameful, Mr. Speaker. The American people deserve better. Congress must address this health care cliff now. And when the Speaker of the House says, oh, well, we'll deal with it in December. We'll talk about this in December. First, we have no guarantees that they'll want to deal with it. But, let's push this discussion up till December. December is too late. The crisis is about to occur. We have an opportunity to do something, and we're doing nothing. We're doing nothing. This is so wrong. This is immoral, Mr. Speaker. This cannot be justified. There's no way to be able to explain this back home. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the American people know, what I hope they know, is that this is a lot of political theater going on today, and I'm sorry about it. I really am. Premiums are high because of Obamacare. The Unaffordable Care Act did nothing to lower health care costs and instead raised costs. And subsidizing the failed policies of the Democrat Party is not a solution. It's a Band-Aid at best, and it perpetuates the problem. Republicans are focused on fixing health care, on reducing costs, on raising reimbursement rates, and reforming the system, which Democrats broke in the first place. They are fighting for their constituents against a problem that they created. This is a crisis created by the Obamacare plan in the first place. And we can't just keep throwing money at the problem. That can't be the only answer. We need to have conversations about how to make these programs work for the American people, and it's House Republicans that are leading that charge. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the central issue at hand right now is health care. Let me repeat it. It is health care. Health care, health care, health care. And I love it. I mean, I don't know how. I'm surprised they didn't blame Bill Clinton, but now we're going back to Obama to blame him for the current, the current crisis in health care. Give me a break. Look at the polling. The ACA is pretty popular. What's not popular is the big ugly bill that you guys passed just a few months ago. People are outraged over the fact that you're cutting Medicaid by $1 trillion. You're cutting monies for NIH. That's the National Institutes of Health is where we fund research to find cures to diseases and to sicknesses. You want to save money? Let's find a cure to Alzheimer's. Let's find a cure to Parkinson's disease. Let's find more cures to cancer. I mean, that is a way you can save money. But I think that what the Republicans are doing right now is they want to say that the Affordable Care Act is not working by defunding it, by dismantling it. My Republican friends are doing nothing to address the central issue at hand right now, which is health care. People are going to lose their health care. People are going to see their premiums skyrocket, and all the while, I mean, we're trying to help you here. We're saying we'll work with you. Let's address this so people don't suffer. I mean, the whole point of what we're doing here should be about improving the lives for people we represent, for improving the lives of people in this country. And an all-out assault against their health care is coming down the road. And we can do something about it. We want to work with you to do something about it. And my Republican friends keep on saying, no, we're not interested. We're not interested. Well, I mean, what are my Republican friends interested in? I mean, you look at the big ugly bill, it's tax cuts for multimillionaires, tax cut for multi-billionaires, you know, all these giveaways to the fossil fuel industry. I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, the Republican prescription for health care is take 2 tax cuts and call me in the morning. I mean, the bottom line is a crisis is about to happen in this country. We're right at the cliff, and we can do something about it. We can help our constituents. We're urging you, we're begging you to work with us so we can address these concerns in health care, and we're being told, you know, no way. No consultation, no cooperation, no collaboration, no negotiation, no nothing. Remember, it was Democrats that capped the price of insulin for Medicare. It is Republicans that cut Medicaid by $1 trillion. So that's the difference here. That's the difference. And again, we ought to be addressing this crisis now before our constituents, you know, are hurt in a way that, quite frankly, they're not prepared for it. They don't even know this is coming. We all know it's coming. There's no excuse to not know what's about to happen. You know, every major organization, CBO, everybody's already told us. The insurance industry, everybody's told us about what's about to happen. And my Republican friends are like, no, business as usual. Let's just kick the can down the road. And, you know, we just want to, well, fund the government for 7 weeks and, you know, and no promise of anything. This is not the way this Congress should be run. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I inquire from the gentlelady how many more speakers she has?
I have no more speakers.
Well, then I will close.
Mr. Gentleman is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, here is the bottom line. Congress must act now to prevent one of the most staggering health care premium hikes in history. Not in November, not in December, but now. Now, let's be honest. Donald Trump and his billionaires he surrounded himself with won't feel an ounce of this pain. They've got the best doctors on speed dial, concierge care, private chefs. They don't worry about grocery bills. They don't sit at the kitchen table with a stack of medical bills and wonder which one of them they can afford to pay this month. But regular people do. Working families do. Seniors on fixed incomes do. And that's what Democrats are fighting for. Regular people who buy their own food, who worry about the rent, who pray the car doesn't break down because they can't handle another bill. So if you want to stand with the billionaires, by all means, vote for the CR. Let 1 million people get kicked off of health care. It won't impact members of Congress. We all have great health care. Republicans don't have to worry about that. But guess what? Democrats are not going to stand by and watch while Republicans make health care more expensive and less accessible for millions of our friends and neighbors. So stop the cuts and fund the government, or own the shutdown that's coming. Protect people's health care, or own the consequences when millions lose their coverage. That's what the choice is for this Republican-controlled government. And right now, Mr. Speaker, it sure as hell looks like Republicans are choosing to shut it down instead of working to keep people insured. Again, we live in the richest country in the world. You know, health care ought to be viewed as a fundamental right for people in this country. People shouldn't have to worry about going bankrupt if they get sick. You know, I mean, this is one of the top issues on the minds of people all throughout this country right now. The price of groceries and the price of health care. That's what they're worried about. People are deeply concerned that they're going to not be able to afford both. And they are in for a rude awakening when come November they start to see their premiums go up. And here's the kicker. This Congress can do something about it. All we need is our Republican friends to just, to work with us, let us make the necessary adjustments, and let us protect millions of people from losing their health care. Let us protect countless people from seeing their premiums go sky high. I mean, we can do this. This is solvable. We can do it. But for whatever reason, Republicans are not interested. And that is what is particularly sad at this particular point, Mr. Speaker. Prohibiting health insurance companies from denying coverage because of a person's medical history. That's what Democrats did. We prohibited health insurance companies from denying coverage because of a person's medical history. We prohibited health insurance companies from charging sick people more. We prohibited private health insurance companies from denying coverage because of pre-existing medical conditions. We prohibited health insurance companies from denying coverage to pregnant women. We prohibited private health insurance companies from charging sick people higher premiums than healthy people. We required health insurance companies to cover the cost of most preventative services. We prohibited health insurance companies from setting a lifetime limit. We gave states the option of expanding their Medicaid programs. We provided financial help to low and moderate income Americans to help them purchase coverage. We prohibited private health insurance companies from setting an annual limit. And we also allowed young adults to stay on their parents' insurance plans until they were 26. That's, when we think of like helping people with health care, that's kind of the stuff that we think of. And as I mentioned before, capping the cost of insulin in Medicare. I mean, we ought to be making it easier for people to get good quality health care. We ought to make sure it is more affordable and more accessible. And we're going in the opposite direction under this Republican leadership. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule for a whole bunch of reasons, but mostly because health care is important to people in this country, and they're about to get screwed. And we have an opportunity to do something, and I regret that under this rule, nothing will be done. Nothing will be done. So let's defeat this rule. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's sit down in a bipartisan way. Let's figure out ways to avert this crisis, and let's do what's right for the American people, not what's right for the big contributors in this country and for the well-off and the well-connected. And I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this rule is pretty straightforward. With respect to the continuing resolution, it's simple. It's a clean, short-term, continuing resolution to prevent disruptions to national security and programs that our constituents depend on. It's a bill that extends government funding until November 21st. What my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trying to argue for, they're trying to insist that a health care discussion gets inserted into this, but that is not a debate for a September funding matter. They're really trying to insert unrelated matters into the middle of a clean government extension. And I don't think that's going to work, because if the government shuts down because they're making this last stand, something that we will be addressing in the future, it will solely be blamed on Democrats if the government shuts down, because we are not playing politics with this at all. We're just trying to keep the lights on. And what they're trying to do is insert a last-ditch effort to regain their footing because their party is reeling right now. This clean extension of government funding will ensure that the government remains open and working for the nation. It shouldn't be partisan, but if Democrats force a shutdown, it could cost the American taxpayer billions due to back-paid furloughed workers, increased costs from delayed starts, and constrained economic growth. No matter how hard the Democrats will try to characterize this CR, they tried to characterize this as a partisan maneuver, always claiming that we're hurting every special interest group. It can't make it true. Remember, virtually every single House Democrat voted for the last 4 years under the Biden administration voted yes on every continuing resolution. In fact, over the last several years, many Democrats, including Democrat leaders, have made comments about the harm a government shutdown would cause. Minority leader says it's about the harm. Families will be hurt. Farmers will be hurt if the government shuts down. Others have said, let's take a moment to see what's truly at the center of this story. It's about the service members who will work without a paycheck. Some House Democrats accused House Republicans of leading the country toward a reckless government shutdown that will take food off the table for mothers and children and force service members to work without pay. Make no mistake, if Democrats vote against this simple government funding bill that will extend funding to November 21st, they are the very people who are hurting those who they have claimed Republicans have perpetually tried to hurt, and unfairly and untruly. So, Mr. Speaker, again, this rule is straightforward. First and foremost, we're here to honor the life of a husband, a father, a friend. Charlie Kirk was a proud American and a happy warrior for his faith and this country that he loved. The kind of person that inspired millions to engage in our democracy. It is right that we take the time as a body to honor him and condemn political violence in all forms. Finally, and secondly, we must keep the government open and allow the appropriations process to continue. While CRs, continuing resolutions, are never ideal, and by definition, they are not all-encompassing. If we're truly to address the many issues before this body as a country, we cannot do that under a government shutdown. We must let the appropriations process continue. I look forward to moving these bills out of the House this week, and I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose, gentlemen, seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 3481 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 213, H.R. 3481, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to provide for electronic communication relating to educational assistance benefits under the laws administered by the Secretary and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Proceedings will resume on the questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 722. Adoption of the House Resolution 722 if ordered. Passage of H.R. 5125 and passage of H.R. 5143. The electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 722, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 45, House Resolution 722, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5371, making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 719, honoring the life and legacy of Charles Charlie, James, Kirk, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 207, and the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. What purposes, gentlemen, rise?
I ask for a recorded vote to protect health care.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 210, with one answering present. The resolution is adopted without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 5125, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5125, a bill to amend the District of Columbia Home Rule Act to terminate the District of Columbia Judicial Nomination Commission and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 211. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 5143, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5143, a bill to establish standards for law enforcement officers in the District of Columbia to engage in vehicular pursuits of suspects and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 245 and the nays are 182. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 713, whereas Charlie Kirk was a lifelong advocate for freedom of speech, civil political discourse, and the political engagement of youth, whereas Charlie Kirk was a man of deep faith, a husband, and a father of 2 young children, whereas on September 10, 2025, Charlie Kirk was assassinated on the campus of Utah Valley University while exercising his First Amendment right to freedom of speech. Whereas on September 11, 2025, one day after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, Representative Ilhan Omar gave an interview on a Zateo town hall with Mahdi Hassan in which she smeared Charlie Kirk and implied he was to blame for his own murder. Whereas on September 12, 2025, 2 days after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, Representative Ilhan Omar reposted a video on X, formerly known as Twitter, which disparaged the character of Charlie Kirk and those mourning his death. Whereas the video Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X states, Charlie Kirk is dead, and before the body got cold, the far right propped his corpse up as a cardinal for their holy war. Whereas the video Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X further states, don't be fooled. These people don't give a single shit about Charlie Kirk. They are just using his death to further their Christo-fascist agenda. Whereas the video Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X further states Charlie Kirk was a reprehensible human being. He enacted his political agenda by preying on weak-minded people. He took complex socioeconomic issues and simplified them by pointing fingers at outgroups, demonizing those groups, and seeking his massive following on them. Whereas the video Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X further states Charlie Kirk was a stochastic terrorist, an adamant transphobe. He denied the genocide happening in Palestine. He believed in the subjugation of women. And in his last dying words, he was spewing racist dog whistles. Whereas the video Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X further states Charlie Kirk was Dr. Frankenstein and his monster shot him through the neck. Whereas the video Representative Ilhan Omar reposted on X further blames Charlie Kirk for his own murder. Whereas Clause 1 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House of Representatives provides a member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House shall behave at all times in a manner that shall reflect credibly on the House. And whereas Representative Ilhan Omar's actions in the wake of the assassination of Charlie Kirk are reprehensible and affect the dignity and integrity of the proceedings of the House and do not reflect credibly on the House, now therefore be it resolved that 1, Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota be censured. 2, Representative Ilhan Omar forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. 3, Representative Ilhan Omar be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. And 4, Representative Ilhan Omar be and is hereby removed from the Committee on Education and Workforce and the Committee on the Budget of the House.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I have a motion at the desk, Mr.
The clerk
Speaker.
will report the motion.
Ms. Clark of Massachusetts moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I request a call of the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by an electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 213. The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Members should take their conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Constitution Day. Today in 1787, our brave founding fathers gathered in Pennsylvania to sign the United States Constitution, one of the most significant documents in history. For 238 years, this document has laid the groundwork for our nation's principles and has served as a beacon of freedom worldwide. Our Constitution guarantees our freedoms from the right to free speech to the right to practice our faith. The Constitution is a promise that we, the people, are at the forefront of our government, and today the Constitution remains as relevant as ever. As we face new challenges, we must remember that our Constitution has provided us the framework to debate, disagree, and most importantly, unite. I'm proud to join my colleagues in supporting a resolution recognizing today, September 17th, as Constitution Day, highlighting our nation's beginnings as we approach our 250th anniversary. Mr. Speaker, let us celebrate the principles that make our nation great on this Constitution Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? The gentleman from New York. The gentleman is recognized without objection for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a few minutes ago, 4 Republicans saved this House from disgrace. We almost passed a resolution removing a member from committees for the sin of exercising free speech. Charlie Kirk was a prominent figure, beloved by many, disliked heartily by others. But if the First Amendment means anything, it means the ability to say anything we want short of actionable libel with respect to any subject. It even means, according to the Supreme Court in the Brandenburg decision in 1969, the ability to advocate violence, except in a manner calculated to induce immediate violence. We forget the First Amendment at our peril. It is the keystone of our liberties, and we almost disgraced ourselves by traducing it a few minutes ago. I'm glad we did not. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my report.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a dear family friend, Mike Vaney. Mike was like an uncle to me. He was my father's best friend. He was the best man at my parents' wedding, and for nearly 8 decades, he was the go-to man for our church, the Springfield First Church of the Nazarene. In addition to his distinguished 35 years at Kraft Foods, he dedicated himself to his faith, family, and church. He did everything. He served as a Sunday school teacher, a church board member, even the bus driver, and yes, the lawnmower for our church. Mike was simply Mr. Reliable. When the church needed someone to entertain, he would dress up as Mickey Mouse or Tiny Tim. And while his voice probably didn't win any choir competitions, that never stopped him from singing just to light up the room. Mike loved music. From Southern gospel concerts to the great hits of the 50s and 60s, he knew all of the bands and all of the songs. He was a huge sports fanatic, huge fan of the St. Louis Cardinals and the Springfield Cardinals, and he loved playing golf, pinball, and watching the Olympics. I will never forget moments going to basketball games with Mike, and which he would always bring licorice for my brother and myself. He and his wife, Linda, were known for hosting parties and bringing people together. He lived 78 amazing years with faith and humor and generosity. He poured himself into others, especially his family, including Linda. So many of us thank God for his life, and I ask that may he rest in peace. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor a friend and a public servant in the Quad Cities, Porter McNeil. Porter served as a leader in Rock Island County for decades, most recently on our county board, but also as a leader and a lover of democratic values. Porter was an incredible communicator, a family man, and a friend to all of us. He was in a class all his own. In fact, a steadfast Democrat, but just this week, a GOP member back home called him a good man with class. He loved the Quad Cities and believed in making our home a better place. In his passing, I'm thinking of his wife, Mary, the McNeil family, and his friends. To have so many people remember you so fondly, it's a testimony of being a great man. Porter McNeil, thank you for being there for us. We'll miss you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, did you know that 1 in 50 Americans is living with an unruptured brain aneurysm? It's a silent killer hiding in plain sight. Most won't know it's there until it's too late. Today, I rise in recognition of Brain Aneurysm Awareness Month and to highlight the life-saving work of the Trinity Love Hoblet Foundation based in Fernandina Beach, Florida, founded by Olivia and Phil Hoblet in honor of their daughter, pictured here. She was a vibrant 14-year-old who tragically passed away from a ruptured aneurysm. The foundation is turning grief into action. The mission is research, training, treatment for brain aneurysm and strokes, and raise awareness about warning signs. One of their most important initiatives is the Florida Familiar Brain Aneurysm Research Project, a program dedicated to understanding the genetic risks and safeguarding future generations. Mr. Speaker, this month, let us all honor Trinity's legacy by raising awareness and championing early detection because lives truly depend on it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Representative Byer, Senator Whitehouse, and Senator Wyden and myself introduced a billionaire's tax bill. Billionaires don't pay their fair share of taxes, and with the Trump tax program starting in 2017, they've increased their wealth tremendously, not paying taxes on real estate and stocks and all that they don't trade or sell, just accumulating that wealth over and over and over again. While hardworking people, firemen, nurses, you name it, they pay on their wages. It's wrong, and we need to have a tax system that collects from people who can afford it as well. Pope Leo said in an interview recently, CEOs that 60 years ago might have been making 4 to 6 times more than what workers are receiving. Now it's 600 times more than what average workers are receiving. The news that Elon Musk is going to be the first trillionaire in the world, Pope Leo said, what does that mean? What's that about? If that is the only thing that has value anymore, we're in big trouble. We are in big trouble because that seems to have what's value all the way to the White House where they're using cryptocurrency to make money out of their position, and it's wrong. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to welcome to America His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew. He is the spiritual head of the second largest Christian church in the world and leads over 1 million Greek Orthodox in the U.S. He is here this month to meet with government leaders and to receive the Distinguished Templeton Prize. Throughout his all-holiness's decades as ecumenical patriarch, he has sought to bring together people of all faiths to combat religious intolerance and enhance understanding. He convened an Interfaith International Conference on Peace and Religious Tolerance in Istanbul. The conference brought together Christians, Jews, and Muslims to find ways to encourage understanding and peaceful coexistence among followers of the three faiths. The Patriarch has been honored also by the United Nations, the European Union, and dozens of governments, universities, and institutions. In 1997, he was honored with the Congressional Gold Medal. I welcome His All Holiness to the United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor the incredible life of former Illinois Governor Jim Edgar. Governor Edgar was a mentor and a true public servant, but most of all, he was a dear friend. As a graduate of the University of Illinois' Edgar Fellows Program, I had the privilege of seeing firsthand how Governor Edgar brought people together. He had a rare gift for bridging divides, encouraging voices from all perspectives, and helping us discover common ground on even the most difficult issues. He led Illinois with integrity, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to the people of our state. Governor Edgar was a voice of reason, a champion of civility, and an unwavering advocate for collaboration. In today's era of division and political turmoil, his example of steady leadership and his voice of wisdom will be profoundly missed. His passing is a loss felt across the political spectrum and throughout Illinois. My thoughts are with his wonderful family, especially Brenda, Brad, and Elizabeth, along with our entire state as we mourn his passing and celebrate his extraordinary life. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate Constitution Day. September 17th each year. This originally was passed as a law in 2004 for citizens to remember the founding of our Constitution and the hard work they did in Independence Hall back in 1787 to give us the pieces that are really important to our American citizenship. So this law requires all education institutions and federal agencies to commemorate and teach about it in schools. And it's very important schools emphasize the Constitution and how we got here and how that is the core of our existence as a free nation. So what we have to know about the Constitution is it protects our rights, but it can only do so if we protect the Constitution. Now, I commemorate each day a person whose rights weren't protected, Irina Zarutska, who was a refugee from Ukraine, killed needlessly on a train in North Carolina by a guy who had been released 14 times for other crimes. I wish we could have protected her more so. We have a lot to do. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise to recognize a member of our community doing incredible work to combat hunger in Eugene, Jennifer Denson. Since 2015, she has led as executive director of the Burrito Brigade, a volunteer-driven nonprofit that has hand-delivered hundreds of thousands of warm, nutritious meals to hungry people across Eugene and Springfield. She also created free little pantries, giving neighbors a way to share food directly with those in need. And during COVID, she launched Waste to Taste, a free, no-questions-asked grocery store that now serves more than 1,000 families each month. Time and time again, Ms. Denson has stepped up to serve our most vulnerable neighbors. Her grassroots work has touched thousands of Oregonians and should serve as inspiration to all of us. Jennifer, we thank you for your contributions, and we're grateful to have you in our community. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, when the costs of farming rises, it's not just a challenge of our farmers, but it's a challenge of our nation's security, because agriculture is the foundation of America's strength and stability. During the district work period, I visited the Herr Farm, a fifth-generation farm, and visited with the Northwest Indiana farmers and members of the Indiana Soybean Alliance and Indiana Corn Growers Association. And at that time, they shared with me during harvest time their grave concern for skyrocketing input costs such as insecticides, fertilizers, and nitrates. These rising costs of goods and services driven by tariffs and the simultaneous loss of export markets caused by those same tariffs are threatening our economic livelihood. On top of this, challenges with access to workers through the H-2A program leave them uncertain if they can sustain their operations at all. These men and women feed our nation and power our economy. Yet today, many do not know if they will be able to sustain their business for tomorrow. As we take up fiscal year 2026 appropriations and agricultural legislation, I am committed to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to ensure all of our farmers get the support they need to continue their essential work. With that, I yield back, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, what a privilege it is to join with a dear dozen members from across the House Labor Caucus and Steel Caucuses to address the devastating harm the Trump administration and DOJ have exacted on people, our communities, the cost of living, and job losses across our nation. Job loss and the withholding of funding by the Trump administration of awarded contracts, federal contracts, withdrawing those from investment across our country, has caused real ruptures in district after district after district. We're going to summarize just some of those tonight. Today, the Federal Reserve lowered interest rates by 0.25%. Why? To soften the ongoing damage of an unsteady economy. From our region of Northwest Ohio all the way to Illinois, New Jersey, New York, Louisiana, New Mexico, Maryland, Michigan, Hawaii, the list is long. Please listen to the stories of real U.S. companies, workers, communities that are being devastated by job losses and broken promises. Meanwhile, inflation and prices are steadily on the rise due to the GOP's reckless tariffs. First, we must ask why the Trump administration is stopping the investment of billions upon billions of dollars in projects that were awarded to make America great again. Answer, the Trump trade war. Well, but then on top of that, this tariff regime is raising prices on everything for American households. The American people are being squeezed hard every time they try to buy a home, buy a car, afford health insurance, go to the grocery store, or go shopping for clothes, toys, tools, and school supplies. It's a reality that our nation functions under the weight of unfair global supply chains. And while we can all agree that it is great to manufacture as much as possible in America, that requires real investment in companies and in their workforce. It means building new factories and production capabilities that can compete in the 21st century. For example, in my district alone of Northwest Ohio, the Trump administration just canceled $107 million in investment for 3 major projects aimed at modernizing U.S. manufacturing, production, and distribution, All were debated, those projects, and passed last year in both chambers of Congress under regular order. They were the result of compromise within the Budget and Appropriation Committees, as well as the authorizing committees, and then advanced to the floor for a vote in both the House and the Senate. That's called regular order. They were signed by the President and awarded, first of all, they were vetted inside these departments and awarded then based on merit back in March of 2024. In essence, they were legal, following standard procedure, and were regulated by federal agencies with receivables awarded and contracts signed. The cabinet agencies, however, the recent appointees, reneged on all of these promises. That is not just unfair. It is a breach of legal contract. These breaches of contract for strengthening U.S. manufacturing included $45.1 million taken from Libby Glass in Toledo, Ohio, $16 million taken from Kraft Heinz in Fremont, Ohio, and $57.3 million taken from Owens Illinois Glass, which is headquartered in Perrysburg, Ohio, and also operates a facility in Zanesville, Ohio. These cancellations, these upendings, hurt Ohio manufacturing jobs. The Trump administration should reconsider where and who is being harmed. These projects, based in our country, were part of 24 projects approved by the Department of Energy for a total of $3.7 billion to modernize and make more efficient facilities across America to combat fierce foreign competitors like China, Mexico, Korea, and others. Make America Great Again means investing in America to improve and modernize here at home. I have other companies to mention who had the rug pulled out from under them, but let me move and yield time to Congresswoman Nikki Budzinski from Illinois' 13th District, who is the Vice Chair of the Labor Caucus. Thank you for participating.